morning, well, as soon as we're online. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Public Works for today, Wednesday, January 24th, 2018.
Commissioners Repenning, James, Davis, and Jacinto are present. We have a quorum. May we start with Bureau introductions, beginning with the Bureau of Street Lighting.
Good morning, Ruben Flamenco, Bureau of Street Lighting.
Good morning, Tim Tyson, Bureau of Street Services.
Good morning, Jennifer Pinkerton, Sanitation.
Good morning, Larry Hsu, Bureau of Engineering.
Good morning, Sefi Wiles, Bureau of Contract Administration.
Good morning, Ted Jordan, Public Works General Counsel.
Good morning, Raul Mendoza, Assistant Executive Officer. We do not have any speaker cards under general public comment, no cards under neighborhood council commentary, and no cards yet on any of the items.
Okay, then we'll close general public comment as well as the neighborhood council category of commentary. Let's do, we've got some assessment hearings that we can handle with Mr. Flamenco. Agenda items 1 through 4 are assessment hearings in Council District 2, 4, and 14. Mr. Flamenco?
Ruben Flamenco, Bureau of Street Lighting. Item 1 pertains to a lighting district which we are creating in conjunction with the Bureau of Street Lighting initiated LED conversion project. Only public parcels are impacted. No private parcels are included in this lighting district. Items 2 to 4 pertain to lighting districts which we are creating in conjunction with private development projects. Ballots for items 1 through 4 were mailed on December 13, 2017. Ballots for items 1 through 4 must be received by the City Clerk's Office by next Wednesday, January 31st. We have not received any objections to date on items 1 through 4. We are requesting for the board to adopt and forward items 1 through 4 forthwith to City Council.
No objections on 1 through 4. Any questions on 1 through 4? I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda items 1 through 4. Seconded by Commissioner Repenning. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda items 1 through 4. We can send those forthwith without objection. Agenda item number 12, a bond to release a stop payment notice. Servitech Solutions Incorporated and the Arch Insurance Company have transmitted a bond to release money withheld on stop payment notice filed by Rexel. The bond amount of $246,598.18 for furnishing labor and material in connection with the Bel Air Beverly Crest Unit 1 Series to Multiple High Voltage Conversion Fiscal Year 2016-17 Street Lighting Project. Is there a second to my motion that we receive number 12 forthwith by Commissioner Repenning? Any objection? Without objection, we will do so. A stop notice received from various trusts. The trustees, this is agenda item number 13. Various trusts with trustees of the Operating Engineers Pension Trust, trustees of the Operating Engineers Health and Welfare Fund, trustees of the Operating Engineers Vacation Holiday Savings Trust, and trustees of the Operating Engineers Training Trust, hereinafter collectively referred to as the Trust, has transmitted a stop notice in the amount of $231.75 for owed trust fringe benefit contributions for operating engineer work and labor in connection with the cover of the Laurel Canyon Boulevard Bridge widening over Tahunga Wash project. The subcontractor is Steiny and Company. Is there a second to my motion that we receive agenda item number 13 forthwith by Commissioners Repenning and Davis? Any objection? Without objection, we will do so. Today we have a retirement after 34 years of service. Mr. Posty, you will tell us about our honoree this morning and our retirement along with Mr. Haj Khalil.
Good morning, honorable board members, distinguished executive staff. It's an honor to be here. This is a kind of being here is mixed feelings. When you see somebody who's retiring, it gives you two things. One is to go back and look at what public service means to a lot of people. Public service is not just a job. It's not just doing job honestly and efficiently. It's improving the quality of life of people. This is what we're here for every day, and it's an honor to serve the people of Los Angeles for all of us. But when somebody puts their life and career, I think Abdul for 34 years, to serve all Angelinos, to make this environment better, to make our communities better, to make our infrastructure better. It speaks volumes, and it's also good to see the employees' families see what the person has done for 34 years. it's just a good thing, and I think it's an honor. Jackie Robinson said something that always sticks in my mind. His life is not important except the impact it has on other lives. And I think public servants, whether they acknowledge it or not, they have an impact on people's lives every day by cleaning sewers, by cleaning streets, by picking up trash. Everything we do is about improving the quality of life and making people better. So today I wanted to come here as representing the executive office, Enrique Zaldivar, and the executive team, and more than the 3,000 employees in sanitation, but also to thank Abdul, who has been a friend, an ally, a great colleague, a person that I admired for many, many years, and I want to personally thank him for the years of service. He worked directly for me before working with Ali, but I always admired his honesty, his humbleness was amazing, his technical abilities. He will get the job done no matter what, with a smile, and no matter how stressful things are, he will get it done. And also I want to thank his family, his loved one, his wife, his kids, his grandkids. You should be proud of your father, your grandfather, your husband. He's and your friend. He's a great person. We're very proud of him. I'm very proud of him as a friend, as a colleague. I think the city and all of us are proud of him. Sanitation is a better place because of you, Abdul. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know a lot of people are here to see you. We couldn't get everybody here because otherwise we can't get the service done. So we need to keep people working. But I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I appreciate everything, and I wish you the best for many years to come. Enjoy your life, and I want to thank your family. Thank you very much for allowing him to serve with us for 34 years. So thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Hajj Khalil.
Good morning. Thank you, Adel. Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners, Bureau Representatives. I'm Ali Posti with Bureau of Sanitation. Today is a beautiful day, Mr. President. We are here to really acknowledge the efforts of, as Adel put it, a fantastic public servant. He's been with us for 34 years. I've had the privilege of working with him since the first day I started working for the city many, many moons ago. I have a small biography that I have for him that I'm going to read, and then we'll ask Abdul if he wants to add anything, or any of you want to do that. So Abdul was born in Kabul, Afghanistan, and under very poor conditions. And as an early age, he had a fervent love of books and a penchant for seeking and gaining knowledge, to the point that he had made a deal with a bookseller that he walked, it was 6 miles away, and he walked to that bookstore every day to check out a book, and the bookseller gave it to him for free as long as he returned it in pristine condition. So he did that for many, many years. As a result, he excelled in school under harsh conditions, and stayed at the top of his class through his high school graduation. After graduating from high school in Kabul, he took the scholastic SAT, or aptitude test, and attended Kabul University, majoring in engineering. After graduating with the bachelor's degree in engineering, he went to Calcutta, India, and attended the university there and received his master's degree in civil engineering. Following that, he returned in 1975, he actually attended Calcutta, and after graduation, he returned to Afghanistan, where he started working for the government first, and then he started his own civil engineering firm, where he worked on the projects to provide safe drinking water and sanitation to small remote villages. During this time where he was working both for the government and on his own, he collaborated with a Japanese construction firm, where he published a book about construction methods and architectural history of Afghanistan, which he was paid handsomely for that effort. He used this money, and actually came handy, because in 1979, when there was a Soviet invaded Afghanistan, he used that money to smuggle his family out of Afghanistan using those funds. He crossed the Asian desert, and he went to Turkey, and he got on a boat and went to Europe, where he resided in Germany for 2 years in 1979, after the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. Upon arrival in In Germany, he applied for asylum to the United States, which took about a couple of years, 1982, 1983. He came to the United States and he was assigned, he was settled in the city of Los Angeles. So this is where we got lucky, really. Because at that time, he really got the days, a year or two later, he applied to work for the Board of Public Works, Bureau of Sanitation. And he started working as an environmental engineer with Bureau of Sanitation. And he has been with us since then. So during this illustrious career with the Bureau, he has been managing and implementing many, many projects. Some of them have become signature programs that are going to stay very, very many years from now. And like most notably, for instance, as a condition of landmark 2004 collection system settlement agreement, he created a CCTV group and sewer condition assessment group. That program, because he established, is still with us and we continue to do that work for many years to come to assess our aging infrastructure. And most recently, he has been managing Bureau's facilities planning, on-call consultant program, the sewer odor control program, the LA RINs. He has been assisting with us. And he started, and just last year or so, he started the sewer lateral rebate program and insurance program, which we are still working on. And those will be significant signature programs as we come to the board on approval and once it's established. So this has been his career with the city. But really, on a personal note, as I said, I have known Abdul since first week I started working for the city. I was a young engineer at Hyperion Treatment Plant, and he was a safety engineer at Hyperion. And my first assignment was really to put a trailer, office trailer for Human Resources Division or safety program there, which really, at that time is where really I got to know Abdul and we started working together. Me doing the construction and installing the trailers and him being occupying it and the developing safety program for Hyperion, which was going through significant major changes there. As a person, he is a great guy. He's knowledgeable. And he's never stopped amazed me in how calm the demeanor is and how intelligent he is in his responses. And he's really been my confidant for the past 10 years. I've had the pleasure of working with him side by side every day. And truly I'm going to miss him. And I think he is a great asset to the city. And I really want to acknowledge and thank him from the bottom of my heart for whatever he's done for us for the past years and for his friendship that we have established. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali. We'll start with Commissioner Repenning.
Good morning. You want to come up? Come on. How are you?
Ali?
Good.
How are you?
Well, Abdul, we just want to express our sincere gratitude to you for your 34 years of public service. I think our sewer program is one of the most successful programs that we have at Public Works. We don't hear about it a lot because it is so successful. And we just really want to thank you for your contribution to the program, to helping us maintain, bring technology in, and just ensure that we're able to provide a clean and healthy city for all of Los Angeles. So we wish you well in your retirement. It's great to see your family here. Obviously, you have many people who love you, and I'm sure they're going to be happy to have even more of you than they've had during your time with the city. So I hope you take the opportunity to relax, learn something new, and please come back and visit us early and often.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Repenning. Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you, President James. And Adele, thank you for your remarks. And Ali, thank you for that narrative. Dr. Daneshwar, Mr. Daneshwar, thank you for your career. I just want to comment and to share with you your narrative, your journey of what you did and what you went through in order to bring your family to America and to have a great career and an incredible life is outstanding. And when I see your family, your beautiful wife, your children, you have a doctor of dentistry, an architect. You did really well, sir. And that's all we can ask for in terms of building communities. They're built off of families. And in fact, in all transparency, your daughter, who's a dentist, takes care of me and my family too. So there's a there. When I saw Daneshwar, I said, "Can't be," but it was. Congratulations, Dr. Daneshwar. But this is a quality family. This is a quality, intelligent, committed family to taking care of wherever they go, whether it's the city, as Commissioner Repenning said, with the CCTV program. I mean, that's how we are able to assess and make repairs that are the best targeted use of dollars to all the other things you've done too. So, Sir Daneshwar, thank you so much for your career, for bringing your family here, and for having the fortitude and the courage to move forward in life and to create the best for your family and your city that loves you as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacinto. I would have had you go last. Commissioner Davis.
Dr. Daneshwar, I want to thank you on behalf of the board for your 34 years of service as a public servant. We've always said that public service is an honorable profession, as has been stated by the leadership in sanitation. Our goal and our mission is to help improve the quality of life. But not only have you been an asset to the Bureau of Sanitation, I think that you have been truly a dynamic and a very exemplar in the field of engineering in general. The various experiences that you have had all over the world, quite actually, have been quite an asset to our knowledge and skill base here in the Bureau of Sanitation. And I was very impressed with the work that you have done in engineering in particular. And so we are very proud of what you have done for us in the Bureau of Sanitation and the sewer program, but also we are very proud of what you have done and what you have contributed as an engineer the world over. And so we thank you so very much and wish you the very best in your retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Mr. Daneshwar, listening to your biography a bit from Ali a moment ago, it was amazing to me to hear about the work that you were doing as a young person with the bookstore, undoubtedly preparing yourself then for the incredible career that maybe then you couldn't have even dreamed of to get to the point where you are now. And what you've done for your incredible family and the success of your family that's here today, I can only imagine the pride that they have in you, but also the pride that you have in them. So thank you for your 34 years of service to the city of Los Angeles. You know, these moments are always bittersweet for us because it's a celebration of an incredible career that the city has benefited from. But we hate to lose you. You know, the institutional knowledge and the pride in your work, and you know, just kind of the history of an experience that you bring to a very important and critical, complicated position. The succession plans are always challenging. One thing that's great about our city is the ability to keep and attract young talent. Always, the city of Los Angeles is that. But it's because of the foundation that people like you laid, and so we were great beneficiaries of your work. But we really appreciate hearing the background of your story today. So congratulations. Thank you for your service, and we would love to hear from you. And then after you conclude, they have a presentation of a certificate for you, and we'll do some photographs after that. So let me just say congratulations and thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner Jacinto, Commissioner Repenning, Commissioner Davis. I'm really honored today, Ali and Adele. assistant general manager and division manager. It has been a very honor, and I am grateful to you. Just to say a few words that, first of all, I feel very fortunate to be part of the city of Los Angeles. 34 years ago, when I joined the city of Los Angeles in the Bureau of Sanitation, I had escaped the war in my home country, Afghanistan. And 34 years later, I feel very fortunate that I was part of the Bureau of Sanitation. And on numerous occasions, I was convinced that Bureau of Sanitation is not only one of the best organizations in the city, but one of the best in the nation. I am really honored and privileged to work for Bureau of Sanitation in the city of Los Angeles. And in the course of my long career, I have the privilege and honor to work with a number of professionals that I am honored to call them my colleagues and my coworkers and my managers. And that has been a great, great experience that cannot be repeated in my life. In the programs and projects under my management that we developed and implemented was aimed to make the life in the city of Los Angeles better, improve the environmental quality and sustainability, which is really, I feel it very rewarding for myself. And also throughout, all along, I have the continued and sustained support, guidance, and encouragement of my management. Without them, I wouldn't have been here or have accomplished. There are, like, on this side are my colleagues from wastewater engineering, which I'm very grateful that they are part of my day today, which is a momentous day for me. Thank you all. And also I thank my wife, Shafika Danishwar, my daughters, Mary and Afsana Danishwar, and their husbands, and my grandkids who have come from far away to be part of my day today. And thank you. And thank you all for a great experience.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. President, I'm going to present this. So, Abdul, this is a certificate. It says, City of Los Angeles, in recognition of 34 years of employment with the City of Los Angeles, the Board of Public Works honors you, Senior Environmental Engineer, upon this occasion of your retirement as mark of appreciation for your loyal and efficient service to the people of this city. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we will take a brief recess just for a couple photographs and be back in a couple of moments. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations again, Mr. Daneshwar. Going back on our agenda, item number 5, task for solicitation number, there we go. Agenda item number 5, Council District 2, task for solicitation number 7, Tisperano and Mooney Architecture Incorporated, SMA, recommending that the board first authorize the city engineer to issue a revision of the task for solicitation number 7 to SMA, increasing the budget authority from $650,000 to $810,000. This includes $82,822 for additional design support and a revised contingency of $104,155. Mr. Fan, hello, sir.
Hello there, good morning. My name is Sean Fan, Bureau of Engineering Architectural Division, and I would like to request the approval to increase the budget authority for SMA, Sperano and Mooney Architect, from $650,000 to $810,000 for the additional design support and the revised contingency. The project, and this is regarding to the Studio City Rec Center new gymnasium project. The project is located in Council District 2. The scope of work includes the demolition of the existing building, construction of a new 12,000 square foot gymnasium with a basketball court, a multi-purpose rooms, office, kitchen, and restroom. In addition, there will be site improvement with security lighting, parking, landscaping, and irrigation. The proposed building will be a net zero energy design in which the energy consumption will be offset by the energy generated on site. In addition, the building is also targeted to be a LEED Platinum certification. The community was very actively involved in the schematic design of the project development, and they are fully supportive of the project. For the business inclusion program for this task, the MEB is 16.1%, the WBE is 5%, the SBE is 25%, the EBE is 8.9%, and the OBE is 26.4%. And the reason for the small reduction in the business inclusion program is due to the revised task is mainly with the prime consultant.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you. Sean, thank you for this and for the photo documentation. You know, it's great to see, to visualize what a new gymnasium would do for a community. And I'm happy that we're doing it in Council District 2. Anytime we could bring more recreational facilities to the city of Los Angeles is really important for quality of life and for a sustainable city, a livable city. So I understand the additional scope of work is for more design that we didn't anticipate or just continued. Talk a little bit about that.
Yes, so basically, like I said, this project is very well received by the community. So during the community outreach, the consultant have to do multiple revision, for the modeling and to accommodate the community input so that we can get the approval. And this additional task is for the consultant to help us with the construction document preparation, and also including the revised contingency so that they can help us with the parking variance process and the potential additional construction administration services. And also we are also aiming for this building to be a LEED Platinum building. So they will help us with that, achieving some more points for that also.
Great, Sean. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions on number 5? Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sintos made a motion that we adopt agenda item number 5, seconded by Commissioners Davis and Repenning. So without objection, we will adopt agenda item number 5.
Thank you.
Any issue sending number 5 forthwith? We will send number 5 forthwith. Thank you, sir. Agenda item number 6, above ground facility variance and hardship waiver 18800 West Ventura Boulevard on the Krebs Avenue side of the lot, Council District 3, recommending that the board approve the request for a variance from the height limitation requirements of the above ground facility ordinance per Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 6208 VB. Secondly, approve the request for the hardship waiver from the below grade requirement of the LAMC Section 6208 2A. And 3, authorize mobility to install a 53-foot, 2-inch high wood monopole in the public right-of-way adjacent to 18800 West Ventura Boulevard on the Krebs Avenue side of the lot. Mr. Ledoux, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jeff Ledoux. I work with Bureau of Engineering Central District. On this particular application by Mobility, they have informed me that they are withdrawing the application, and therefore I request to withdraw this from the board's consideration.
Okay. Then if it's not going to be considered and it's being withdrawn, the request to withdraw will be granted. On number 6, I understand that you are here on number 7 as well. Before we go there, though, let me take care of the meeting minutes from the meeting of Wednesday, January 3rd, 2018. Is there a second to my motion that we approve those meeting minutes by Commissioner Repenning? Any objection? Without objection, those meeting minutes are approved. Agenda item number 7, Council District 4, above ground facilities variance for 7133 West Sunset Boulevard on the Detroit Street side of the lot. Recommending that the board approve the request for a variance from the height limitation requirements of the AGF ordinance pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 6208VB, and secondly, authorize Mobility to install a 42-foot, 1-inch high wood monopole in the public right-of-way adjacent to 7133 West Sunset Boulevard on the Detroit Street side of the lot. Mr. Ledoux on number 7.
Once again, this is a Mobility wood monopole, 42 feet, 1 inch tall. It is in Council District 4. They are remaining neutral. This is in a commercial zone next to a mall. There is no chance for co-location on this. The street lights that are on that street and the cross street are all 20 feet high, and this one is a 42-foot, 1-inch above ground installation. Therefore, there's no way to co-locate on Bureau of Street Lighting's poles. I have received no phone calls or emails pro or con on this, and obviously nobody appealed this application.
Okay. Any questions on number 7, Commissioner Cinto?
Okay, number 7, Mr. Ledoux. This is your last one?
My last one.
Wow.
This is your last one?
This is it.
Tomorrow's my last day with the
Wow,
city.
lucky number 7. That's
so
right.
I think it's appropriate to
this
take
one.
this moment to understand that one of the most prolific presenters, staff presenters to our Board of Public Works is signing off in his last board report. And Jeff, again, we feted you the other day. We continue to thank you for all the work that you've done on the AGF to do the due diligence that we need to balance our technology infrastructure with the needs and aspirations of constituents. And so obviously this is pretty determined, you know, that we need to do this to build infrastructure. But just again, thank you, Jeff, for all the work you've done throughout the years.
You get to break my boss in Friday.
Now, have we looked at the location across the street? Just teasing you. I know, you're like, that's not funny.
Thank you, Commissioner Repenning. Mr. Ledoux, I'll just say that again, as I mentioned on Monday, thank you for your service to the city and for your terrific work standing in that spot right there. I know that there's a lot more work that went into your job besides appearing at the Board of Public Works, but your because of the excellent work you did outside of the board chambers, it resulted in the culmination of a terrific career of work inside the board chambers. So thank you, sir, and I look forward to seeing you back here in another capacity, whatever that may be in the hopefully not too distant future. So with that, I will take the honor of making the motion that we adopt agenda item number 7. Is there a second? We got 3 seconds on the motion, so without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 7, and that will be sent forthwith. And Mr. Ledoux, you will be sent forthwith into hopefully an incredible career in retirement for whatever you and your family choose to do.
Thank you.
So thank you. Agenda item number 8, Council Districts 1 and 13. Task order solicitation number 200 and budget increase. Studio Pally Fiquette Architects, that's SPF. Recommending that the board adopt and forward the board report and transmittals to the City Council with the following recommendations. 1. Authorize the city engineer to increase budget authority of the task for solicitation number 200 to SPF. That's SPF Architects from the pre-qualified on-call architectural consultants list to provide architectural and engineering design and design services during construction for the Taylor Yard Bikeway Pedestrian Bridge over the Los Angeles River project. This increases the budget authority from $950,000 to $1,110,000, including contingency. By my calculation, that's a $160,000 increase. Number 2, authorize a loan from the Public Works Trust Fund, number 834, in the amount of $500,000 payable to the Engineering Special Services Fund, number 682, Department number 50, appropriation unit number will be determined, and an appropriation account entitled Taylor Yard Bridge Project to front fund the above additional design services of the project. Number 3, authorize the Director of the Office of Accounting, Board of Public Works, to release the Public Works Trust Fund loan proceeds when this report is approved and upon providing a copy of the proof of grant award, memorandum of understanding by Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority, and upon written request by the city engineer or his designee. That may relate to the confirmation of repaying the Public Works Trust Fund, but we'll hear about that. Number 4, authorize the Director of the Office of Accounting, Board of Public Works, to assess and collect monthly interest earned on the outstanding loan balance at the rate of the Office of Finance is using to allocate interest to various investment pools. Any unpaid interest earned at the end of the year will be added to the principal amount of the loan. And number 5, authorize the reimbursement of funds from the Engineering Special Services Fund number 682, Department number 50, to the Public Works Trust Fund number 834 upon receipt of the grant proceeds from Metro, which shall be paid no later than 24 months after City Council approval. Mr. Miles.
All right, thank you. My name is Nur Malhus. I'm from the Bureau of Engineering, Architectural Division. To give you a background about the scope of work for Taylor Yard Bridge, it's a 400-foot-long bridge, steel truss structure, which spans over the Ellie River, which is going to connect Elysian Valley to Cypress Park. Originally designed for this bridge was funded by Metro. We had an MOU for design. $1 million is for Metro and DWP. $1,073,000 is from Metro. $327,000 is from DWP, totaling $1.4 million. All the $1.4 million was spent on the architectural consultant, environmental consultant, geotechnical services, and also various staff charges. During the design phase, talking about a shortfall, during the design phase, the contingency as well as funding that was originally allocated for construction administration services had to pay for additional design, an envision documentation, an environment or a cost estimate, and a structural analysis support to justify our design of the steel truss structure due to it being fracture critical. And essentially, we would need another $500,000 to complete design through bid and award services, and these additional money will be paid for additional design requirements to add an additional concrete pier in the center of the river, to add more complex bike ramps leading to and from the bridge, extensive environmental mitigation fees from the Department of Fish and Wildlife and other environmental agencies, right-of-way fees, as well as plan and permit check fees. $160,000 of it would be to SPFA, who's the prime architect. $340,000 estimated is to pay for environmental mitigation fees. And we are requesting this from the Public Works Trust Fund. In terms of the MEB-WEB, 5.5% is estimated MEB, 4.3% is for WEB, and OBE is 61%. In regards to the status of funding, we're also currently doing an MOU for construction with Metro for a total amount of $21.7 million to pay for the cost of the bridge, which includes construction administration fees and contingency. Out of this $21.7 million, $2.5 million would be used for construction administration, and this is where the $500,000 that we're asking to borrow from the Public Works Trust Fund will be paid back from. Once we get funding for the $21.7 million, and namely the 2.5, then we will start reimbursing the Public Works Trust Fund account from that. All right. Thank you very much.
Any questions at all? I have just a statement I want to put on the record, just confirmation, because anytime we do a loan from the Public Works Trust Fund, I like the oral record to reflect that our executive officer has approved the process that has resulted in the request for the Public Works Trust Fund loan. and the circumstances surrounding the loan. So, Mr. Mendoza?
That's correct, President James. Fernando Campos, our executive officer, has reviewed this loan, is familiar with it, and approves the loan, and it's also been vetted through our director of accounting.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Jacinto?
Thank you, President James. Nor, thank you for this. You know, the project itself that'll tie in and create the bike pedestrian path is important for, you know, the connectivity along the river. You know, the business inclusion program numbers, when it original of 0.6 attainment and 2.3 WEB to what it is now, 5.5 and 4.3, when it was advertised at 12% MEB and 2% women business enterprise. I'm interested to understand, could the numbers in this type of work could have been better?
You know, in this type of work, a lot of the larger firms which do like the structural and civil tend to be other business enterprises. You find landscape tends to be more minority, disadvantaged veteran business, and those other categorizations. And this consultant and their team was selected 2012, and this is just how it was. This is how the chips laid for this type of contract. Of course, for other architectural consultants or other contracts we have, those MEB, WEB levels are at a good amount, which exceed the minimum requirement, or that requirement suggested level. But in this contract, we tried our best to try to improve the MEB, WEB. We just couldn't, since the main scope was really, OBE firms.
All right, thank you, Nur.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I was going to say that that would be my hope too in the future. I do see conceptually though that we did at least attempt to try to be as diverse as we could with the limited numbers of opportunities that they had been given us here. But I joined the Bureau in really trying to stretch prime contractors and how we're able to recruit and hire moving forward. And I do know that if in fact they're not in the market, that you can't get what you don't have. But in some ways or another, I do think, as you have suggested, that the Bureau aimed to do, that we can still squeeze a little bit more juice out of this tournament. So I encourage you to keep trying.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Anything further, Commissioner Jacinto? Okay. Commissioner Jacinto's made a motion that we adopt agenda item number 8. I'll second it, along with Commissioner Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 8. Any issue sending number 8 forthwith? We will send number 8 forthwith. Thank you, sir. Agenda item number 9. Task order solicitation number A3-16-13-3DI, or rather, A3-16-13 for 3DI Incorporated. Authorize the Bureau of Sanitation Director or his designee to issue the task order to 3DI Incorporated from the Bureau of Sanitation on-call consultant list for sanitation automation projects to provide MyLA 311 and web portal services, web portal support services. The project task order will have a cost ceiling not to exceed $500,000. Mr. Tran, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Tran with LA Sanitation. Sanitation would like to award a task order to 3DI for technical services and support for MyLA 311 application and web portal services. The amount is for $500,000 under the discretion of sanitation. This will give us an avenue to add new functionality or enhancements or fixes for MyLA 311 as well as our sanitation's web portal. MyLA 311 is the customer relation management system that is used to generate service requests for the city for sanitation, and it's also a citywide application. The task order was issued to 8 consulting firms, and 3DI was the only consulting firm that submitted a proposal. They are an MB company, and we would like to issue this to 3DI for technical support.
Thank you, Commissioner Penning.
So just to clarify clarify, 3DI has been doing the work for us in all of our recent work to optimize and evolve our 311 system, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And we want to continue that work. There's always more and better that we can be doing when it comes to our customer service program and the external facing piece of that as well. So I think when we talked during our briefing, this is about making sure that we have those resources available so that as changes are needed or desired, that we're able to just continue that work.
Right, that's correct. My LA 31 is highly customized for sanitation. So this gives us an avenue if there's any new functionality that is requested for us to be able to implement on the fly. So 3DI would be the company that would kind of help us with all the additional functionalities and services that we can implement quickly for my LA 311.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacinto. Sorry. Oh, okay. I don't have any other questions. Is that a motion, Commissioner Penning? I'll second it. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 9. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any issue sending number 9 forthwith? We will send number 9 forthwith. My LA 301 is getting lots of activity these days. Agenda item number 10, Council District 15, tree removal 990 West 190th Street. Recommending that the board first find that the tree removal classifies as operation, repair, maintenance, or minor alteration of existing street, sidewalk, and gutter involving negligible or no expansion of use beyond that previously existing and does not involve the removal of the scenic resource. 2, that the action is exempt under Article 3, Section 1, Class 1, Category 3, existing facilities, sidewalk repair or maintenance of the City of Los Angeles Environmental Quality Act guidelines from 2002, and 3, that none of the exceptions to the use of a categorical exemption as set forth in Section 15300.2 of the state CEQA guidelines apply. And number 2, review and approve the fee tree removal permit request for 16 Indian laurel fig trees. These are ficus trees. For the reconstruction of off-grade public sidewalks, tree replacements are required. Mr. Tyson on number 10.
Good morning, President James, Commissioners, Executive Officer, Bureau Representatives, and the City Attorney. I will briefly go back through this to just kind of update you on the project and then the things that were questionable or issues and how we've satisfied those.
Okay.
Gateway Towers LLC property owners are proposing to repair the defective sidewalks in front of their property located at 990 West 190th Street. A Bureau arborist inspected the subject location on June 9, 2017. The inspection revealed 16 Indian laurel fig trees growing in front of 990 West 190th Street. The trees are in fair health and measure approximately 20 inches in diameter by 30 feet in height and are growing in 3 to 4 foot tree wells. The roots and root crowns from the subject trees has significantly contributed to the defective condition of the public sidewalk, as you can well see in the photos provided. Nicole Deeringfield, Deputy 15th Council District Office, was informed of the tree removal request on November 3, 2017. Notice of the proposed tree removals were physically posted on the subject trees on June 20, 2017. The proposed tree removals were also included on the Bureau Street Services tree removal notification system, and the Community Forest Advisory Committee was also notified. Our inspection revealed that these trees cannot sustain the type of root pruning that would be required in order for them to stay there and physically be not impacted by that root pruning, causing maybe destabilization in the root zones. And we cannot allow unsafe things to take place when we're trying to fix things that are already unsafe. So we want to make it safe all the way around, have the applicant fix the sidewalks, and replant new trees. The question Commissioner Penning brought up was, why can't we provide the 2-to-1 planting ratio? And I said we would look into it. And so I want to amend the condition for the applicant, which was to replant 16 African fern pines and deliver 16. And that will change to what I'm going to say right now. The 16 that will be replanted back where the trees are being removed, plus for cost efficiency for the applicant, we found 16 more locations on 190th Street that are well within the boundaries that it will be more cost effective for them to be able to water and care for the trees. So we've been in touch with Mary from the applicant and also with their landscape company, Brightview. And the other 16 trees will be planted in these locations. One African fern pine will be planted at 911 West 190th Street. 4 African fern pines will be planted at 1149 West 190th Street. There will be 1 African fern pine planted at 1071 West 190th Street. 1 African fern pine planted at 1201 West 190th Street. At 1225 West 190th Street on the Normandy Avenue side, which is just around the corner, they will plant 2 African fern pines there. And the final 4 evergreen pear trees will be planted at 8501 Figueroa Street, which is just around the corner of 190th Street. So they are all within a straight shot going down 190th Street. You can see the map here. All the way from here to here is where all the trees will be planted. So with that, we found all the locations for all 32 trees. The sidewalks are in grave disrepair, and the trees are large enough that root pruning of these trees is not recommended. So therefore, we're asking that the board approve or consider approving the request for the removal of the trees.
Commissioner Repenning, thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you, Tim, for going back and making sure that we were able to get these in the ground 2-to-1. I appreciate the extra effort. I do think it makes a difference for our city, for our environment, knowing that our 2-to-1 replacement policy is done, locked in that same neighborhood. So I know it's extra work for you and your team, but I do think it matters. So thank you so much, and I will move to approve this item.
Great, thank you for your work on that, Commissioner Repenning, along with the Bureau of Street Services on getting us where we are. Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you, President James. Just wanted to thank Vice President Repenning for her leadership to press that 2-to-1. And Tim, the area that the others are planted are very much in the vicinity?
Absolutely. It's right up straight, going each way from the applicant, so that way we'll fill empty sites where trees can be planted, and they'll be the same species except for the evergreen pears, which are around the corner.
So strong nexus on that replacement, and thanks for working to effectuate that request, Tim.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
All right, thank you all the way around, everybody. So Commissioner Repenning made that motion. I'll second it. Any objection? Without objection, we will adopt agenda item number 10. Any issue sending 10 forth?
President James, just to clarify.
As amended, yes. Because of all that work we talked about. So 10 as amended accordingly. You'll update Mr. Mendoza on the amendments that we've discussed. So the motion is as amended, of course. Seconded as amended. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt number 10 as amended. Any issue sending it forthwith? We'll send number 10 forthwith. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 11, Council District 11. Equipment purchase, pump purchase for Venice Pumping Plant. Recommending that the board first approve the purchase of the pump with an estimated cost of $185,482, including taxes, and request the Department of General Services, as authorized by the city charter, to solicit bids, select the lowest and most responsive bidder meeting specifications, and create a one-time purchase order for the purchase of this pump. Mr. Blasman.
Good morning. My name is Paul Blasman with the Bureau of Sanitation. We're requesting the purchase of a spare pump for the Venice pumping plant, our largest pumping plant. It pumps on an average of 22.7 million gallons a day of sewage from the Pacific Palisades, Venice area, west side of LA to the Hyperion treatment plant. We have 5 pumps at the plant. Each pump has the capacity of pumping 14,000 gallons a minute. To give you a reference, we could fill an average swimming pool in about 90 seconds. So we keep several spare pumps in stock, and this is a request to purchase a spare pump. We purchase one about every other fiscal year.
Understood. Commissioner Davis?
I just needed some clarification. I didn't really clearly hear you. This purchase is giving us an opportunity to purchase an additional pump at a great price. Or do we need a pump right now?
There's 5 pumps in operation.
Right.
We try to keep 3 or 4 spares on hand, so
Gotcha.
if a pump fails.
It's like a spare tire.
Exactly.
Okay.
We have a warehouse that we keep them in, and then when one fails, it takes us about 24 hours to remove and replace them.
Wonderful. Okay, great.
All right, thank you. I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 11, seconded by Commissioner Davis. Any objection? With that objection, we'll adopt number 11. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any issue sending number 11 forthwith? We will send number 11 forthwith. Mr. Mendoza, we have cleared the desk other than our oral report, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then we will have our oral report on the 6th Street Viaduct update. Ms. Moy and Mr. Lamb. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Happy New Year to everyone. My name is...
Happy New Year, Julie.
Oh, thank you. My name is Julia Moy. I'm here with the Bureau of Engineering, 6th Street Viaduct Division, to tell you about what's happening on our most exciting and largest project. So you should have a copy of the presentation in front of you, and Gary will go ahead and get the presentation queued up on the screen here for everyone. All right. I think we're all set. Okay, and then we can go to the next slide, Gary. Thank you so much. This right here is a great overview photo to show the overall progress of the viaduct. We have a shot here from October of last year and a shot from this January. The completed work is shown in green and the ongoing work is shown in orange. So currently, the major activity going on for the site is the foundation installation west of the LA River. As you may recall, mid-last year we had completed the foundation installation east of the river. The contractor mobilized late last year and is hard at work completing the foundations on the viaduct. They've completed the foundations at Bend 2 west of Santa Fe, Bend 3 North and Bend 4 North. As Commissioner Jacinto would know, we've worked to him to obtain emergency authorization to allow excavation there and containment and potentially disposal of hazardous materials. There's some contamination from the metro site that has made its way into the public right-of-way, groundwater plume in particular. I'm very happy to report we did complete pile installation at Bends 4 North and 3 North, segregated the potentially contaminated materials, but found the groundwater from Bend 4 North as well as the soil from both piles did not have any contamination exceeding acceptable levels, so that was all be able to be used on site for either backfill, the soil, or for just the dust control, spread over the site to help control dust. We're awaiting the test results for the groundwater for Bend 3 North, but we're optimistic that will have, minimal costs associated with protection and segregation of materials, but that we won't have to dispose of any materials as hazardous. The contractor mobilized this weekend their equipment to Bend 5, so that's at the west side of the LA River, and this weekend plan to commence the excavation of the 2 piles there. In addition, all the backfill from the site is going into the abutment 1, the west abutment for the project. where we have a large buildup to bring that viaduct up to grade over Santa Fe and over the railroad tracks. On the east side of the river, where pile installation had completed, they're coming up and completing the superstructure elements. A number of the bearing plates have been installed, and those special triple fiction pendulum bearings that we've gotten opportunities to tell you about. The lockup devices that are installed to hold those in place and keep those from moving during the viaduct construction, and working to start the Y-bent installation. Those are those Y-bent that go out into the arches. We have some photos here to show of the progress that have happened in the past few months.
Let me just compliment you, though, Julia, on this design that you talked about. This first slide, the way it's built into the design of the bridge with the green and orange, very well done.
Oh, thank you. And I have to give our contractor credit, SSW. They put out a bi-weekly progress update, and they share this with our team as well as the public. It's a great visual to help understand the construction of the progress, and be happy to share this in the future to help you see kind of a clear, easy visually how the progress of the project is proceeding.
That's helpful. We don't have any real serious, that I know of, New England Patriot fans on this board that would say that that's a Philadelphia Eagle green, but other than that, I think it's okay.
That's good. So the next slide, what you'll see here, and Gary, the slide we're on, is showing that that bent construction that I talked to that is really proceeding heavily and underway. This is a view looking east from actually our field office at the corner of Santa Fe and 6th Street there. On the left you see, pretty barren on the site, and the right you see it brimming with activity. In the foreground, right there on the right-hand side behind the pieces of equipment, that's bent 2, where you see those completed piles sticking out of the ground. And in the background, going from left and right, you see, a large crane, and that's used to, lift and put in place the pile casings, those large cylinders that they use during excavation to hold the pile and hold the excavation before they fill it with concrete, and those are removed as the concrete for the pile is poured. And then in the very right, in red, in the background, you see those are Baker tanks. Those are large storage tanks used to store the groundwater coming out of the excavation. And as I mentioned, in this case, that for bends 3 and 4 had the potential issue of contamination, but luckily thus far has not ended up to be contaminated. So then that is either discharged to the sewer or used for various purposes on site. Next slide. And the really exciting work to see is what's happening above ground. So we have quite a bit of process happening east of the river, where we're getting the false work further and further along. We have frame 5 false work that was approved, and that's the false, in kind of interior false work in between the railroad corridor, which is frame 4, and over the Caltrans right-of-way at the east edge of the project, which is frame 6. So we have first, and you can see second tier false work that has started going up as well, east of the river. And we have false work if you have a chance to drive the area over Anderson. We have some traffic control narrowing Anderson, still maintaining 1 lane of traffic in each direction. But you'll see those false work beams now overhead that are going to support the deck in between the viaduct vents. So happy that we were able to get frame 5 released. Unfortunately, and moving on to the next slide to discuss some of the challenges, you'll note that this list actually hasn't changed since our last quarterly update.
The railroad issue is never going to change.
Yeah. I'm optimistic that as we continue, hopefully things will improve, especially now that we've gotten out of the holiday crunch with a lot of the very heavy rail traffic. We have seen some easing and some additional hours being allotted by the railroads, but definitely still continues to be a challenge on the project. So frame 6 false work, I am happy to say after, a number of months of, review and discussion, that Caltrans doesn't have any additional technical comments on the false work itself, but there are some middles related to the false work. There's a wrap face wall, a temporary retaining wall structure that the contractor has built in Caltrans right-of-way that will be used to partially support the false work. And there continues to be some geotechnical issues related to that wall that we're working out with the contractor. But the contractor will not release and give us an official proof on the overall frame 6 false work until those issues related to the support structure are resolved. In addition, the contractor just recently realized a need to add some additional false work to their plan to support the reinforcing bar that will be coming out of the Y-bent. That's in between completion of the Y-bent and the forming of the arches. There'll be rebar that will connect those two elements that unfortunately they had overlooked having a support system for that during the construction. So they're working to get that plan to us, and we'll work expeditiously to review it and get it over to Caltrans. Moving on to the BIM, the bridge information modeling. We have, I'm happy to report, the critical locations of bents 10 and 12. Those have been submitted and approved by the contractor, and at this point, bent 10 construction and the Y bent is the most critical item on the critical path to maintaining the current critical path for the project. We do have other locations where the BIM modeling has been reviewed and returned to the contractor with some issues, and that includes abutment 13, bend 3, and bend 6 and 7. Overall, our designer and contractor feel that it has been a successful process. They have been able to get all the rebar, other elements, post-tensioning ducts to fit in well with very few minor conflicts that were identified and addressed. So despite the fact that the submittals have been delayed based on the contractor's baseline schedule and getting submitted, our co-locating and very collaborative process has helped us reduce review times and recover some of the delays that the contractor was projecting on the project. Coordination with the railroads, that is very challenging. As I mentioned, we have had a little bit more access provided now that we're out of the holiday rush. But the contractor, unfortunately, made some errors in their design of the frame 4 false work. They placed one of their false work bends too close to a UPRR active track. They unfortunately thought it was an inactive track. So are now working with the railroad to seek some exception for the distance between their false work and their active yard tracks. If that exception can't be granted, it would be some significant time and money to rework the false work. But we are, working with them, trying to minimize as much as we can impact and provide as much distance as we can between their active tracks and the false work, and hoping to have an answer from them come forward in the next few weeks.
Julia, real quick on that. I mean, it's not just that, but we don't have, and I think they know this, the contractor knows this, we don't have a wide margin for error with these railroad issues. And so when there's a mistake like that, it's not a typical fix that you might have on a project like this when you don't have that kind of a margin for error. So I just want them to know, to the extent they're listening in, that that we're aware, we're paying attention, and we hope that these things get solved. And we have a common goal here that we need to focus on. So
yeah, and we absolutely advocate for them and do our best to work with the railroads to help explain the realities and the constraints we're working with But as you say, we are definitely at the mercy of the railroads. Their safety and operations take precedent and priority over our project needs. And along those lines, we've had difficulty getting access recently through UPRR tracks. They've had some critical issues happen in their system that have caused them to have emergency needs and make greater use of their yard, which is pretty much all of the rail lines on the east of the LA River. And then, we will be, as part of the railroad issues, have had more than anticipating flagging needs for the project. We will be coming to you soon with a board report to replenish the contingency for package 2. We had expend most of the contingency on the change order for line 137, which was additional scope. It wasn't, an unforeseen condition, but we want to come back and replenish we got from Caltrans the funding for the line 137 that was added to that package. So we'll be coming back to fully replenish the contingency, which will help us compensate the railroads through the contractor for additional flagging needs for the project. And regarding timing of Caltrans reimbursements, where we do have funds authorized, where they have obligated funds for the various packages, we have been receiving timely reimbursements. But due to some kind of coordination issues related to the Package 5 award, we don't yet have an approval for the Package 5 award package. So we have over $36 million in expenditures that we can't submit to Caltrans until that award package is processed. We have a meeting planned for Monday between our management and Caltrans management to get final resolution on the outstanding issues. Hopefully we'll get that awarded and be able to move forward in the near future with those reimbursement requests.
I think you answered my question. The Caltrans, the timing on those reimbursements, they're not a cause for added concern for you, or are they?
Well, we have $98 million
Get onto the
in
list
cash.
here.
Oh yeah, we have $98 million in cash flow approved by the council for the project. So we are able to compensate the contractor, keep things moving. I think in the next few months, if we were unable to, because we have the funds obligated. The Caltrans has obligated $32 million on package 5, but because the award package has not been approved, we're unable to bill against those funds. So I think, given we have minor issues that we're bringing up to an executive level, I think we're not too concerned with the timing, but it does, something we have to be very mindful of to make sure, we have money available to pay the contractor, consultants, and everyone supporting the project.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
You're welcome. And then moving on to project schedule, the foundations package is tracking 44 days behind. This is related to a number of issues, to a minor degree, unforeseen conditions, large cobbles and man-made objects discovered in the west bank of the river. But in addition, there's been pretty significant and severe equipment failures and issues with the subcontractor that's doing the pile installation. They've had, 2 piles in the project where the casing got stuck, and on both piles lost weeks of productivity working to free up that casing. Right now they're moving forward. We're optimistic things will go well on the last really deep pile here, especially on the west bank of the LA River, between the LA River and railroads, where they plan they have a plan in place to keep the casing moving, and also to have the polymer slurry in the pile instead of regular water. They want to have kind of the slurry in there, so at any point they're able to move or retract the casing if issues become apparent, to make sure that it doesn't get stuck and things proceed smoothly.
opportunities to make up any of those 44 days along the way?
Well, for the foundations package, at this time, there's very limited opportunity. They have, I think, 3 or 4 piles left on the project. They're just completing work on the west side of the river. But with the viaduct package, you'll note we reflect, or the contractor's latest schedule updates reflects that they're 82 days behind, and this is down from 103 that was previously reported. So on the viaduct package, where there are more opportunities with expedited submittal reviews, the team coming together to really focus and move critical items forward to make some recoveries. And that's really what's tied to, the overall completion and opening of the viaduct, the viaduct package itself. So, great news to report on the contractor's achievement in the area of DBE and construction labor force hiring. Their contract goal, very aggressive, 23.95%. Their achievement to date, this is based on DBE achievement versus the total project value is 7.8, and that would be 25.11% based on DBE achievement against actual work completed. So they are tracking, more than 1% higher than their goal, and they're constantly seeking opportunities through change orders, particularly added scope of work to, give more opportunities to DBE firms. Construction labor force hiring. They right now have a workforce of 44, but anticipate, especially with the hopefully forthcoming and near approval of the Frame 6 false work and the mobilization of significantly more forces to the site, that they will increase their construction labor force hiring in many areas. You see they are exceeding most of their goals, and really minority hiring exceeding that very significantly, achieving 74.8% with a goal there of 28.3%. And finally, change order status. We have a total program has a change order percentage of 1.1%. The foundations, the 2 major packages under construction, the foundation and viaduct package, 0.03% currently. We have, we are aware of the drilling subcontractor that they have a significant claim that they've been working on for probably a year at least with SSW to kind of try and fine tune. We haven't seen that come through yet. So we are tracking pretty minimal right now, and they're only forecasting about $250,000 based on change order requests that they've submitted. And we'll come back with you, and once we do receive that claim, we will provide that information and what our assessment is on anything the drilling subcontractor may be due for valid differing geotechnical conditions. Package 5, we have a change order percentage of 0.41%. We forecast, based on the issues, about $2 million. Of the $15 million contingency is what we feel the contractor may be due to differing site conditions or changes in scope. Right now, they're forecasting $16 million. About 2/3 of that is related to ECO 11, and it's time, related, not hard costs, minimal hard costs, but really delay-related costs. Based on time impact analyses they've submitted, we've rejected those claims for additional time, but they still contend they're owed time based on those issues. And we will be implementing the DRB. We've finalized the specifications and agreed to a final set of specifications with SSW. We will be issuing that change order this week, and are optimistic that we'll be able to resolve some of these major issues and continue to move the project forward. Yeah, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to my colleague Gary Lamb to tell you about the park project.
harder stuff, Julia. Go ahead, Gary.
Yes. Hi, good morning. My name is Gary Lamb from the Bureau of Engineering, 6th Street Viaduct Division. I'm the project manager for the park project, aptly known as the Park Arts River and Connectivity Project, PARC project. And you're absolutely right, Mr. President, that Julia does have the harder job because it's always a walk in the park to do these kind of projects. And I liken the viaduct project as a fancy shade canopy for the park project. So it's a $480 million shade canopy for the park project. Anyways, what I want to do with the presentation this morning is to really briefly refresh us with the project scope, provide an updated status, describe some of the scheduling involved, and just show you some of the views, the different views of the park project that we've honed in on with the community. So let me go ahead and start here. So really briefly, the project scope. This project scope spans a total of 12 acres underneath and adjacent to the 6th Street Viaduct bridge. This is split up into three distinct sections. On the west end, at the Arts District side, encompasses around 4.5 acres. That's what we call the West Park. Directly marching east along the West Park, if you follow the diagram there, you're going to see the 6th Street Tunnel Access Point. That's what we call the River Gateway, the Tunnel Gateway area. I'll go talk a little bit about that as well. And then as you cross over and go on the east side of the river, we call that East Park. That encompasses 7.5 acres. And this is the Boyle Heights side of things. All right, so the funding for this project is composed of HBP presently, Prop 1B, City MICLA funds,
HBP.
Highway Bridge Program funds.
Yes.
We have a Proposition K funding for the sports field lighting. We have Metropolis grant for the synthetic turf field. And we have a generous donation from the Leonard Hill Foundation for the Arts Plaza that we're going to take a look at as well. All right. So that's basically the project overview, the project scope. In terms of budget, our recent development in the budget, originally we were given a $23 million total project budget for this project. And the Council Office 14, they have generously, they're generously going to provide an additional $6 million to the project budget. So we're going to be having a total of $29 million. And the various funding sources for the extra $6 million is going to come from transfer of floor air rights, TFAR, some Quimby monies, and the former CRA East Adelante funding. All right, so that's going to be the $6 million. And this was recently approved at City Council this past December as well. Okay, going into the project status update. So I believe back when Julie had shown it last, we presented three various concepts to the community, and we narrowed it down, and the community did select what we call the balanced option. This is a balance between nature and sports focused. All right. And the views that I'm going to be showing you is based off the balance concept. We've reached a milestone recently on this project. We completed our 35% construction documents. So presently it's under design review by BOE's architectural staff, Rec and Parks, LADOT, and DWP and other agencies as well. Okay. Other updates that we have going on, we're working feverishly on the environmental document as well, preparing the draft EIR document. We're performing several different types of environmental technical studies, which include the cultural resources study, the air and noise study, community impact assessment, natural environment study, and visual impact analysis. As well as this, we are doing hydraulic modeling of the LA River, because we plan to add terracing along the east bank of the river. So that's all going to be wrapped up into our draft DIR document and submitted for review with Caltrans and with the Army Corps. Okay. All right. Next slide, Julie. Okay. So what I'm showing you here is just a nice overview of the east part, so the Boyle Heights side of things. And right there, you can see we're proposing a U10 synthetic turf field. Directly east of the turf field, we've got a public restroom / concession area / Rec and Parks office area. So this area is going to give Rec and Park staff a very good visual of the whole east side and the park. Along this east part, we're working with, we're going to also include 2 multi-purpose flex fields, we call them. So these multi-purpose fields can be used for soccer, lacrosse, any type of cultural event activities that may be occurring. Directly north of that, we've got the flex court, which is the basketball court and volleyball court as well. Okay. Moving along east, as we march along east toward Anderson, we've got a children's playground area, a children's splash pad. This area is also going to be used for future farmers market activity, all right? Just the area right east of Anderson. As we cross over from Anderson, between Anderson and Clarence, we've got, you see the 2 ovals there. This area is more quiet. It's less of the active area. This is areas for more of the peaceful gatherings, some rain gardens, got picnic tables, some grilling areas as well. And then as we march east past Clarence, between Clarence and the 101 freeway right there, this is where we're going to place the dog park area here. And this is an ideal location that we place the dog park because it's closer to the freeway where there's going to be noise anyways. Okay. All right, next slide, Julia. All right, the next one's on the west part. So we're going from east to west here. So the main gateway into West Park is along Mateo Street here. As you can see in this view, you've got a ramp that's covered by a canopy of trees. This is the pedestrian ramp right off of this 6th Street viaduct. In the West Park area, there's a small open space for social gathering and performance areas as well. Okay, and in this area, since the east side had a dog park, the community also wanted a dog park on the west side. So you see just directly north of the ramp there, we've got a small and large dog park area. Okay. In this area as well, we're going to add some adult fitness area. I forgot to mention also on the east side, we're going to be adding some adult fitness area as well. Okay, next slide, Julia. All right, so I want to look at the Arts Plaza right now. So the Leonard Hill Foundation, they generously donated $2 million to develop a performance space. And the city is going to go ahead and follow through in that funding and commitment from the Leonard Hill Foundation. And so what I'm showing, and what we're showing here is just a nice overview of the Arts Plaza area. So this is going to be a gathering for artists or performers to showcase their artwork, to showcase their performances. And in this area, we're going to have some terrace staircasing for folks to sit down and enjoy the festivities. This place will be very well lit. We're working alongside of our lighting sub-consultant to make sure that this area will be lit for any type of nighttime performances, as well as the rest of the park as well. The next slide, Julia. So right here, these 2 pictures just showcase what the Arts Plaza may ultimately look like. As you can see, like I mentioned earlier, you've got the terrace staircasing right there. In the background of the very first picture, you have the entry point into the LA River access right there. I'll talk a little bit about that one as well. And then the second picture just shows you another viewpoint from the top of the pathway near adjacent to the rail track areas. All right, so let me talk a little bit about the access gateway. The 6th Street tunnel area that you see in that first picture in the Arts Plaza represents what we're going to envision for the access point for the public and bicyclists to enter into the east bank of the river there. We're working alongside with Metro on their LA River Bike Gap Closure Project, their 11-mile gap closure project. And this is going to be the access point where bicyclists and pedestrians can enter and exit from the river area. So we're working very closely with Metro on this, drafting up an MOU agreement by which we define our responsibilities and the funding involved so that we can get this portion of the project going. And we're also working with the Army Corps on this as well to address any safety concerns that the Army Corps has with regard to pedestrians and bicyclists entering and exiting in the river area. All right. And then the very last slide here, we're going to have, like I mentioned, we're going to have restroom and concession stands on the east side. But I forgot to also mention that on the west end, underneath the bridge by the abutment, on the west abutment, we're also going to have a cafe / restroom as well. So that very first picture here is the west side building. It's approximately 900 square feet. We're going to have 3 restroom stalls in this area. And it's going to be a cafe that we envision having a future vendor run. On the east side, this building, the lower picture, you see the 2 black ovals there. One of the ovals represents the Rec and Park staff office building. The other represents the public restroom building. On the east side, it's going to have many more stalls compared to the west side, because the east side, we're going to have a lot more activity, a lot more the soccer, a lot more events. So on the east side, we're envisioning a total of 12 restroom stalls compared to the west side, which is 3. So the approximate square foot of this restroom building is going to be 1,700 square feet. The Rec and Parks building is going to be approximately 900 square feet. All right. Schedule-wise, we're looking at completing the construction documents by the end of this year. And then in terms of construction, we're going to phase the construction and work with the viaduct construction contractor to begin construction as soon as available areas are available for us to work on, as soon as the contractor gets gets themselves out of those areas so we have access. All right. So that concludes my report, and we're open for any questions.
I don't have any more questions other than what I've asked along the way. Commissioner Jacinto?
Thank you, President James. You know, this is a lot, and we appreciate it. Thank you very, very much, Julia and Gary, for this report. Start with Gary. There's a public art project component, correct? That was awarded to an artist?
That's correct, to Glenn Kino on the viaduct, and then he is going to implement an artwork in the park.
So, related to the bridge, the viaduct itself, there will be a public art component as well as, there's 2 components to his work?
No, the art component is going to be on the park project.
Okay, it's not on the bridge itself?
I do not believe we have a separate art component on the viaduct itself.
Okay, so if it's related, but you haven't included any of that yet?
Yeah, the artist did not want us to show what he's proposing just yet, so it's all internal. But I will say that it's been vetted out internally, and it is something that is going to be very pleasing for the city.
Okay, Gary, let me just say that I've, feedback and just in general, that obviously that public art project is integral because it sort of will tie, and it's important that we understand what's going on and that the vetting is for the multiple stakeholders is as best as can be achieved, yeah?
Right, that's correct, and thank you for that. In fact, the artist is planning to perform an outreach, but he's just not ready yet at this point. That is it. But once we get confirmation from the artist, we would definitely going to come back to the commission today and share it.
Yeah, the interface between the parks, the as-built, and this public art component has to kind of be seamless. So I'm gonna encourage us to really try to facilitate that project, and that input, again, from multiple stakeholders is so important because it'll be there for the next generations. And then on Julia, thank you for, the work that we're doing on the hardscape, and I support President James's comment that we're looking at, how well we manage just all the moving parts, especially with the railroads and the little bit of tolerance that we have. The fact that we're 1.1 in terms of change orders and we're above ground is remarkable. So we want to congratulate the partnership with contractors on being able to be at that, and we want to be able to manage that forward too. So there's a lot of moving parts. It's the biggest bridge and viaduct project in LA history, so we understand the magnitude of it, and I think we're doing a great job. So thank you all for the report.
Thank you. The oral report will be received. Mr. Mendoza, we've cleared the desk?
Yes, you have.
Well, that's a good thing. So we'll go ahead and adjourn.